And thank you to everyone that has joined this morning. This is another day that's we'll be doing our study work. See, if you are joining me, remember that we are running it for 6 hours, and these 6 hours will be going 50-10. That's 50 minutes of deep work and 10 minutes of mindful break. So today, that is just how it's going to go. Bring along your task, your priority task. That's what you want to achieve. The thing that you think you don't need to miss out on. So how do you do that? You identify the things that are important to you and the things that are urgent. So if you have such task, bring it to the table. Please don't bring too many. You just need 2 or 3 of such tasks for you to achieve what you have to achieve, because once it's too many, you will start feeling overwhelmed, and that is not good for productivity. So to improve your productivity, I will encourage you to come with your priority task, and during the deep work, I will want you to concentrate and focus on the job that brought you to the table. And during the break, I want you to be present in your break. So be mindful and be present in your break is very important. Again, you need to uh, be clear on what you want. So clarity is the key. You need to have the clarity of people's what do you want to achieve today. You need to be able to identify what it means to be complete when it comes to that task that you are tackling today. So you need to be sure what you want to achieve. You need to be sure how it looks when you say it's complete. So that is how it goes today. So I'll be here from 10, like we started, till 4 p.m. And during this time, it's not all about work. During the break time, we are going to be chatting, and we'll chat about how to improve your productivity, how to improve your retentive ability. That's your ability to recall and your ability to retain information. And we'll look at those things that takes your time away, those things that steal from you, those things that makes you lose time, and you think, oh, I'm wasting time, or okay, I'm not getting enough. And we look at those things and identify them, because the first step in addressing any issue, any problem in particular, is to identify what the problem is. So we are going to be identifying those things that you need to take note of, that has been making you to waste time, that has been delaying you. We talk about delay. I know that there are so many causes of delay. There are so many things that brings delay, but sometimes we contribute to the delay that we face. And how do we do that? By not being clear on what we want to achieve or what we are doing. So during the break time, I'll be breaking down those things that steal from us our time and steal our energy. And remember that during this era that we are in, this is the era of digital technology and so much information, the era that you have easy answers. So there are things that we need to understand. If we have this help, we have this amount of support, we have this amount of assistance, why are we still overwhelmed? Why are we still stressed? Why are we still not getting what we want very fast? So we need to look at those things and see where we are not getting it right. And this is just human development. This is about you developing your profession. This is about you having the clarity of people. This is about you being helpful to yourself. And that is how we continue today. So during the break, which happens around 50 minutes on top of every hour, that is 10:50, 11:50, 12:50, 1:50, 2:50, and 3 p.m. So please join us if you're joining. Remember that during the deep work time, we are concentrating on our work. We are not going to be chatting, but you can put things in the chat that we can look at during the break time. You can ask questions on how to improve your productivity, how to manage your time, how to improve your grade if you're a student, or if you are juggling so many roles and you are struggling with it. So you can ask questions about that, how to do your time audit here. I'm here to answer those questions. And during the break time, that is when we answer the questions. But now we are starting the deep work. And during the deep work, in case you are joining us for the first time, in case you have met us someday at some time and you thought, what were they doing? Yes, it was the study with me time. It was the time of deep work. So we don't really chat and we avoid every distraction. So thank you for joining, and hopefully you invite others, especially students, especially those that are struggling with their grades and they are not getting equivalent outcome from their inputs. Then you can ask questions here. This is me, Chiwoke. I will be here from now till 4 p.m. to answer those questions. But remember, it happens during the break time. So thank you for joining, and I wish you a very productive day. And please remember to bring along your water if you have to drink water, or tea if it is too cold, and healthy snacks. And also remember to go on mindful break and present in your break. Your break is very important. It's part of you taking care of yourself. It's part of you being wise. So we speak again once it's 10:50. Thank you. So we've come to the end of this section, and there's another break time. Is our first break today. So this is 10:50. So we should be on our mindful break. If you want to go for a walk, that's okay. If you want to listen to the chats that we have here, or you have a question, that's okay. And if you want to go for a stretch, you want to do your meditation, you have 10 minutes to do that. So we normally take 10 minutes out of the 1 hour to rest, because rest is very important. Rest is as important as work, and work is as important as rest, because you can't do without any one of them. If you are not working, you won't be able to pay your bills, and the self-worth that is attached to working won't be there for you. You need to feel valued, you need to feel that you are contributing to the society. So you work, and that's very dignifying. And again, you need rest because you need to be here to do that work. You need rest because you are wise enough to know that you are the most important factor uh, in your work, in your success story. So it's very important that you take your rest serious. It's very important that you take your work also serious. So here we are today, and we'll be looking at those things that takes our time. So that is what I promised today that we'll be doing, talking on the silent stealers. I said I didn't call them thieves because that looks strong, but they just steal it gently. You wouldn't even notice that your time is slipping away, and it's sleeping. That is how people keep waking up and sleeping every day. And before you know it, 1 year is gone, 2 years gone, and maybe a month. Okay, I'm going to achieve this without any proper and tangible plan. You see yourself struggling to achieve what you want to achieve. That is just how it works. So we are looking at those silent stealers of time, those things that will just creep in and take your time away. And like I said, time is equal to everybody. That is one thing we all have equally. You were born, some of us, we look finer, we look more beautiful, we have more height, and some of us, we have this ability to speak eloquently, and others don't. And there are so many things that are different in our lives, but time is given to everybody equally. Once you are alive, you have 24 hours. So that is what we need to look at. Is it that the time is not enough, or we are not using it well, or we are giving our energy to the things that doesn't matter? Or are we giving our focus to the things that doesn't matter? Like I said, during this time that we are in now, it's not all about the time. It's not all about you being so smart. It's all about you knowing what to give your attention to, because your attention is the currency of the time that we are in now. It is no longer money. So if you are busy enjoying giving your attention to social media, you give your attention to whatsoever that makes you happy, then you need to also check. If you are not paying for it, remember that there is no free meal anywhere. If you are not paying for the product you are using, check if you are the product. It's very, very important that you check, because they might be using you to test things out. It's not bad, but you should also understand yourself during that testing time. So we look at the things that takes our time away without our notice, the things that we do that is wasting our time. And when we look back, so 1 year is already gone, 1 month is gone, I plan to do this, but I didn't do it. So what are those things? One of them is endless scrolling. When you keep scrolling and scrolling, it's everywhere. And I want to tell you, because I don't want you to feel guilty about it, because you did not cause it. It is by design. It's something that has been made to be, because these platforms, they use the best of the best. When I mean the best psychologists, they know how human minds work. So they design it in a way that before your brain will even catch to notice that, I shouldn't be here, you're already hooked. That is why they call those things hook. When you want to create a content, also it needs to have a hook. Do you know why you need that hook? Because after 3 seconds to 4 seconds, the human mind has the ability to say this is not good or this is good. So if you are waiting for the person to watch up to 1 minute before knowing what you want to say, then you might lose that person. So they put the hook at the beginning. So once you look at it, you are captured. Have you asked yourself, why is it that I just went in to check a notification, and I was in UK, I was in Nigeria, I was in Australia doing that, and I say, okay, I'm going to check this for just 1 minute. I'll come back and do whatever I want to do, only to find yourself scrolling, and that is after 1 hour, and you are no longer even in that country, you're looking at what they are doing in another far distant country. It is by design, so you don't feel good about it. But it's just good you wake up and understand that yes, these things are the things that are taking your time. So if they're not contributing to the larger, should I say, to the overall goal, then you need to cut down on it. And there are ways we'll talk about that. So let's look at those things first that still are time. And one of them I say is scrolling and scrolling. The second one is too much information. You know, when you have too much information, you need to process it, and your brain is working overtime to process those information. As you're processing, you see yourself going back to it. As you're processing, you see yourself going back to it and getting more information. It's all over. Have you asked yourself, we have so much support for research, we have so much support at home. I mean, there are so many technologies that can help with chores. We have so much, but now people are more stressed than they were a few years back when those things were not there. Have you asked yourself, oh, how did we get there, and what is happening actually? Is it because those things are not helpful? No, they are helpful, because now you can actually just put your plates all in there, and before you know it is washed. You just need to pick it out and put them in the rack back. And oh, you need to wash your clothes, you don't need to take them to the stream to heat them on the stone or whatever. But now you just need to pop them in turnkey with just a fingerprint. You just press it down and your clothes are washed. But with those support, with so much support, you will know that you should expect to rest. But yeah, you are not resting, and you see yourself more stressed than people were before. That is my, I didn't go studying. I look at people, because when I'm looking at people, what I'm looking at is not, I'm looking at what that person is represented, the experiences. When you see people, they look so weary, they look so tired, exhausted, even with so much help. So what is happening? Which means something is not right, and we need to really pinpoint it and find out those things. And remember, for you to solve a problem is very important. The first step is always to identify that problem, is to name that problem. Maybe you need to check yourself. How much time are you giving to screens? How much time are you giving to scrolling? How dependent are you on these technologies? Are you part of those that once they ask you, okay, 20 plus 25 plus 22, instead of you using your mind to start thinking, the first thing that comes to your mind is check it on your calculator, check it on your phone? If you're one of those people, then you need to also check it, because that is how we got to the place we are now. You see, people are no longer physically exhausted like it used to be. It used to be after you after you have farmed, after you have done the physical work, you've washed, you are exhausted physically. But now people are not only physically exhausted, they are mentally also exhausted, you know. And you can see that relationship with connection with physical people is even strained, and so many things. So we need to really stand and see, is this technology now taking the place of human? Is it taking it, is it becoming a mental crutch that you need to hold on it before you can do whatever you want to do? Or is it just a tool as it was meant to be, because it was supposed to be a tool? So you need to check these things. So there are so many things that contribute to that, we being exhausted and not achieving what we want to achieve. Endless scrolling, like I said, too much information, the digital multitasking. You know, multitasking looks good. People will tell you, oh, it's very good. Oh, me, I can multitask. Whoever told you that, yes, you can multitask, that person is not serious about productivity. You can multitask in mundane things, and things that may be in your house, you're cooking, you're trying to take care of a child, that's okay. But when it comes to proper productivity, have you asked yourself, why is it that men, you know, I'm not going to be looking at that research, but you go and read it. Men, when it comes to the workplace, men, they tend to gain their promotion fast and all that, because they don't, most times they don't, when they are doing one thing, they are doing one thing. When they are doing another, they are doing. But you see, women, we have so much. So you need to learn how to time block instead of multitasking. That's another way to go. You are still doing almost everything, but you need to time block. You need to time block like a pro for you to be successful in that area. But if you're multitasking, you do this, you stop, you go and do that, you stop, you will lose momentum in between those tasks. So that is not very helpful. So if you have questions to ask, you can still put it in the chat. I will respond during breaks, because during my work time, which is 15 minutes in between that hour, then I'm working. Then during the chat, I will chat. We'll still be talking about this all through, looking at digital multitasking, digital screen overload and digital overload, you know, streaming endlessly. You know, people keep streaming, they keep watching, they binge watch. From there, we have autoplay. It doesn't used to be like this. I don't know how many of us have noticed Before, in Facebook, when you want to watch anything, you need to touch it to start playing. Now all you need to do is to scroll. They keep playing, is endless, and it's by design. So you no longer have the choice of saying, okay, this is what I want to watch, but you are fed what they want you to watch. So we need to also be careful around that area. So if you are binge watching, if you are always on that social media, you need to watch it. So this is 11 a.m. Is another time is our time to do a deep work. It's a focused sprint time. So during this sprint time, I want you to make every second of it to count. Reduce every distraction, things that takes your mind, your focus out of the work you have at hand. Take it off. So you need to be present at work and be present in your rest. It's very important. So we'll be speaking again once it's 11:50. Yeah, so we've come to the end of this section, and this is our break time again. This is another break time. It's time for you to go for your mindful break. So you should be present in your break. It's time for you to stretch, walk around. If it's not cold where you are, you can take a walk around. That's 10 minutes. 10 minutes is big enough. You know, sometimes we think we need 30 minutes to rest. We need 1 hour. 10 minutes can actually make a difference in your life. It can make a difference in your work. It can make a difference in the output of the work you are doing. So take it and use that 10 minutes wisely. If you want, you can also listen into what we are talking about here. We are looking at the time stealers and those things that we do unknowingly that are taking our time, those things that we do that are reducing our productivity. There are things that we do, actually, we think, oh, it doesn't matter. Oh, I will just do it a minute. Before you know it, it's taking your time. And those are the things that are destabilizing you. So let's look at those things one after the other. Like we started, we looked at the endless scrolling that we do on social media each day. Many of us, we even live there. If you calculate how much time you spend scrolling without even creating anything or trying to process what you've read, is quite enormous, the time we spend there. Another thing that has been a problem also is not just we scrolling, is about the information that we receive. We have so much information, so much input, so much that you don't even have the time to process it. And remember that your mind is also like every other muscle. If you use it endlessly without rest and it keeps running, it's going to be exhausted and it's going to get tired. And that is what happens. So if you have seen yourself being so grudgy, you see yourself, you are so tired each day and you can't even pinpoint what you are doing, I want you to check how much time you have given to scrolling and looking at the screen, because there is screen addiction, which we know I've talked about it. You can go check the earlier videos on YouTube, and yeah, I've done a lot on that. You can look at it. Screen addiction and digital overload, they are real and quite disturbing when it comes to our mental health. So it's good you look at it and know how much you are spending on that area, because your currency is your attention. The currency of this season, of this era, is your attention. So if you are spending it, you spend it wisely. You need to spend your attention on the things that matters to you, on the things that contributes to the end goal. It's not just spending it because you have your phone, because you have your phone on your hand, you have the whole world in your hand. And if you are not guided, if you are not very careful, you see yourself wasting time. So let's look at the things that we spend our time doing. So I will list them, and you will see if there is anything I'm missing. You can still put it in the chat, but I've categorized it into 6 aspects of life, what we do each day. And then you need to do your time audit, which I'll be talking about later, how to do your time audit. So I'll do this within these 7 minutes. We'll be looking at those things that we do each day. So what are the things that you do when you wake up in the morning from your bed until you sleep? What are the things that you do? Let's just put it as the pie space. So the time pie. So let's look at it. In the morning, you have to take care of yourself. Every living human being, we eat, we take a shower, you have to clean, brush your teeth. Those are the personal care. So you put the P. So I want you to take a paper and pen, if you're serious, just wherever you are, and write and draw a circle. Divide it into 6, and let's see, fix everything that we do as human in these 6. And later we'll start discussing. So when you start doing your time audit, you know exactly where your time is leaking from, because time is everything. Then but people think they are wasting time. Time is life, you remember. Time is the most important resource that you have. Without time, you have nothing doing. Once time is gone, that is why whenever anybody goes, they will put the time at that person's listeners. Okay, that's the end of that. That's how important time is. It starts counting when you are born, and it stops when you go. So the first thing is the P, the personal care. You look at how much time do you spend cleaning, how much time do you spend sweeping and brushing your teeth, eating. So that's your personal care. So you put it as P, and it's very important, because I wouldn't tell you to cut down on your eating, but you need to see if you take much time, maybe like my baby used to, because he doesn't like to eat. He will stay there 1 hour, he's still eating, I don't know if you're like that. So you need to look at that and see how much time you spend on your personal care, your shower, you go to the bathroom, or how much time do you spend brushing your teeth also. So the second one now is the I, that's your income generating activity. So every one of us, once you're an adult, you are trying to get income. So how much time do you spend on your income generating activity? If you're working, it might be easier for you to calculate. If you work the civil service job and all those jobs that are fixed between 9 to 10, 9 to this, so you can actually calculate how many hours you spend on those activities. Then if you have 2 or 3, you have to also put those 2 as, okay, within each day in a week, this is how much time I spend on this. So you put it down. If it is 5 hours, if it is 8 hours, some of us will do 8 hours. So within a week, you should know how much hours you spend doing your income generating activities. That includes all your side hustles, everything that earns you money. You need to put it there. So the third one now we are looking at is your energy renewing activities. What are the things that you do that renews your energy, like the time you spend eating, the time you spend sleeping, the time you spend resting? Okay, like now within these 6 hours already, I know that yes, we spend 1 hour of rest or doing anything that doesn't contribute to any of the other two that I said. So you look at that, and it's very important because without your energy renewing activities, you see yourself struggling, you see yourself losing clarity, you see yourself not being productive. So your rest is important, your sleep, your rest. Maybe you take a walk to improve circulation. Those you put it in the energy renewing activity. For those that are gymming and others, you put it under that energy renewing activities. So the fourth thing that you do is the S. That's your social interaction. Look at all the interactions you do physically, all the interactions you do, maybe online. Please, do you write letters? Put the time. How much time do you spend connecting with your friends and family? How much time do you spend on phone making calls, typing messages? How much time do you spend maybe for the new thing in TikTok and in so many other social media? You can go live, you join them. So how much time do you spend on those things? It's good that you put a name and a time to it. So you write it down. Those are your social interaction. So the next one, which is the fifth one, is your planning. Many of us, we think that it's all about the work that is taking our time, but some of us, we keep planning without doing anything. So you keep planning and procrastinating. You plan and plan and plan, and you never do anything meaningful with it. So that planning also takes time. And planning is important because if you did not plan, you waste a lot of time in between job, in between tasks, in between exercises that you're doing, because you should be clear on what you should be doing the next 1 hour. If I'm asked now, what should I be doing in the next 1 hour? I know exactly. That is what clarity is all about. And that is your first step in being productive. You must have that clarity. It's very important. So you look at how much time you spend planning in the morning, or you don't ever plan. If you don't plan, then you are wasting a lot of time in between jobs. If you don't know each 1 hour, in the next 2 hours, in the next one day, what you'll be doing, if you don't have a plan, that's something you need to look at, which means your time is actually leaking between tasks, because you need to get your mind around it before you switch in. But if you have a plan and it's already running, you know exactly what to do the next time. So how much time do you spend planning? The last one, which makes us human, is the interruption. Every human being will go through interruption, whether you like it or not. You might have your plans. Before you know it, they'll call you from school. Please come and pick your child. It's not feeling well. That's interruption. Or something happens that interrupts your plan. Those are interruption, and it takes time. Even in economics, we always factor in those things. If you are doing feasibility studies, you are doing any budget, it must be there. They call it miscellaneous. Sometimes it's 5%. Even when you are calculating, okay, how much animal will survive in this farm, okay, how much production, you have to factor in that maybe excess is like 10% might die, maybe 5% if you're lucky, but it should be within that area. So you factor in that uh, interruption as part of life. So when you look at all this, you need to ask yourself, what was I doing today? What was I doing the last 30 minutes? What was I doing the last 1 hour? You write it down. If you will do this, if you do this time audit for like one day, you will find that, okay, this is what I'm not doing right. But by the time you get it for 1 week, you'll be exactly sure what you need to work on, what you need to contract out, what you need to automate, what you need to reduce, what you need to increase. So that is how you just need to be conscious of all these things. It's not being too meticulous. Yeah, meticulousness is good, but it's not like a military regime. It helps you to be productive. It helps you to be accountable. It helps you to have more time to yourself to rest. Many of us are so stressed that, oh, we don't have time. Then what were you doing with your time? This will tell you what you're doing with your time. So we are back to our sprint time is our deep work time of 15 minutes. And that 15 minutes is very important. So we are going to be working for that 15 minutes. If you are joining us, please focus on your task and let's see how much you achieve in 15 minutes. And I wish you a very productive 15 minutes. Let every second of this 15 minutes count, and let your mind know that yes, you'll be having a break once it's 15 minutes later, you have 10 minutes break. You know, human mind is so advanced that it will concentrate, it will focus once it knows it's going to get a break, and it's very important. So thank you for being there, and let's get to work. Okay, so we've come to the end of this section, and this is another break time. And for those that are working with me, it's time for the mindful break. So you can go on your mindful break for a stretch, for a stand. It's just good that sometimes after sitting a long time that you stretch yourself and yeah, you relax. That should be good. And one, yeah, that's good. And if you have a very dry area and you can walk around, it's not raining, it's not too cold, you can go walk. You can also do your meditation or prayers and things that helps you renew your energy, things that helps you to recharge. Those are the things that you do on your break. And you can also chat during this time. So chatting is something that I like doing during the time. So it takes my mind off whatever. So I can go back with renewed energy to work. So we were talking about the things that steal our time, and what are the things that makes you think that every day looks the same, every week looks the same, every month is the same. Because most of us we just make our new year resolution as, okay, by the end of this year I'll be achieving this, I'll be doing that, I'll be doing that, only for us to find out that, oh, this is November, this is almost the end of November, and what have I to show for it? If you look at your life that way, sometimes it's depressing, but that is not why we are here. We are here to take accountability of our time and our life, to know why we are not achieving or what we need to do to achieve, and that is the right path to take. That's the right thing to do for every human. You need to be accountable to yourself. You need to be accountable. So that is what this space is all about, especially for those of us that has a lot to do. If you have a lot of work to do, you have a lot of role, like being a parent, you doing your academic work, you have a full-time job to do, you have an even part-time job to do. It's never easy. So being an adult is not easy. I had a friend that was saying, oh, I wish we can go back to being a child. No, I don't wish that, because it's never easy at any stage. Yeah, for each stage you are in, you can also make good use of it. So I don't know, but I would like to ask this first question today. Have you taken a break since you started working? So if you haven't gone on a break, please do. You take your eyes off the work you're doing, if that is what you're doing. You take your hands off if you've been typing or using your hands to work. You take your legs off if you've been using your legs. So it's a time for you to take a break. It's called a break for a reason, because during that break time, your body would need to come back to yourself, your mind and everything is focused on you. So you need to be present in your break. It's very important that you are present at work. When you're working, your mind wouldn't be zooming off or doing other things that will make you make mistake or to waste your time. And also during the break time, you should also obey that and look at that with all meticulousness. You should be there in your break. You should be present within yourself. You should look at yourself and check yourself. Have you laughed today? Have you laughed this week, or maybe in the last 24 hours? If I should just put a video of you from morning, from the time you woke up to the time you went to bed yesterday, from the time you woke up since last week, let's just say from last week Thursday till now. If I put it at a video, will you like to watch it? Are you on survival mode all through, or you are living? Are you just existing? Because these are different things. If you are existing, if you are living, these are different things. So we need to be conscious of what we are doing. Are you just existing or you are living? So you need to be sure. And how do you want to live your life? Do you want to be on survival mode all through, where you are every day trying to survive, trying to pay this debt, trying to pay this bill, trying to meet up with this deadline or the other deadline? Or are you living the way you want to live? These are the things that you need to also look at, because most times the burden we bear as humans is quite enormous. It's something that you need to sometimes leave it. You need to sometimes drop it. If you're a Christian, the Bible says you should leave it at the feet of Jesus. They say my yoke is not heavy. So you can drop that heavy load, things that makes you feel overwhelmed. You can just sometimes leave it and sleep. Make sure you smile, because in all this you are more than conquerors. In all this you are still going to smile one day. That is what I used to tell myself. Whatever that comes, as okay, I will still smile. Yeah. So just tell yourself that you will still smile. So what are the things that you ought to do, or the things that you've been doing that are stealing your time, things that you need to be aware of, because that is the starting point of solving any problem in life. The starting point is the definition of that problem, the definition of what you want to do. You need to have that clarity. So if you say, okay, I've been waking up and sleeping every day, I've been waking up and I'm so tired every day, and I can't even account for what I've been doing. Have you tried to chart it to identify what is happening? Have you tried to identify where you are getting it wrong or what you are doing right? Sometimes it might not be that you are getting it wrong. It might just be that you are not doing it the way you should, or maybe you haven't taken and you haven't noticed what is happening, because most times ignorance is just something that makes people struggle a lot, when you don't know that you could just switch the other side of your sieve and wash it. You are washing from this side, you will spend maybe 3 times or 5 times the time you should have used. So it's always good that you use the right strategy each time. So let's just look at the things that still at times and the things that we do. Like I said, we've already explained this, the pies, the time pie. So we've looked at the time pie and we know how we spend our time as human being on our social life, on our personal life, that's our personal care, on our income generating activities, on our energy renewing activities, on our planning, and on our interruption as human beings. That's the miscellaneous things that you didn't plan and it happened. So those are the ways that we spend our time. But have you asked yourself, you look at yourself and say, okay, today, this is already 12, it's few minutes to 1. What have I been doing since morning? You can just ask yourself that question. It's not something that you should be judgmental, it's something that you are asking to know. That is how I look at it. You are asking to know. So you ask yourself, what have I been doing since morning? Okay, I woke up, I drove to work, or maybe I'm just sitting. Okay, I did some washing or whatever. So ask yourself this, what are the things that I've been doing? And you ask yourself, how much time did I spend on each of these activities that I did? How much time did I spend when I was washing? Sometimes even those that are cooking, if you didn't plan and know how to start arranging all the ingredients, sometimes you waste twice the time. So you ask yourself, how much time did I spend on each of these activities? Then you ask yourself again, how did I feel about it? Did it make me feel energized? Was it draining? Was it something that was just neutral? Maybe it has formed a routine. You just do it with muscle memory. So ask yourself those questions. And when you put them down, you need to know, maybe in the morning when you woke up, you prayed. For those of us that join prayers in the morning, you prayed, okay, how long did that take? And during that prayer, did you also do another thing? Maybe were you are you the type that woke up and you went straight to your phone? And how much time did you waste, or did you spend? Let me not say waste, spend scrolling, because sometimes some of us, we make our money from there. Sometimes we make our happiness from there, which is quite interesting. So how much time did you spend scrolling through your phone? And how much time did were you in all the platforms? So how much time? Okay, now after that, what have you done again? You put time, say between this time and this time I was doing this. After you have charted those things, like I said, you should do time audits each time. Is very important, because once you do this time audit, it will tell you where your time is leaking from. It will tell you what to improve or what to reduce, what to contract out, what to automate. So there are cheaper ways of doing things that you mustn't do yourself. So we'll still talk about that. After you have charted this thing and you know where everything you are doing and which time, so you need to start putting value on those things you are doing. You can put low and high and medium value to them. So if it is high value, it's high value. If it is contributing to moving your life forward, maybe you are studying, you want to get your certificate, you want to graduate, you want to publish a paper, all the things that you are doing, if it contributes to that life goal, then it's a high value activity. Then you will do another one that is just medium value, maybe necessary but not growth oriented, like you must eat, yeah, you must interact with people and those things. So you say, okay, this is medium. And then you can also look at the ones that are low, that are avoidable. We say they are avoidable, and the things that you can do without. There are things that, like scrolling, they are things you can do without sometimes, but if you have the time, you can put time to it. That is going to the time block. So let's fix the biggest leak now. When you look at all these things, you know, okay, this is how much time I spend on each, and this is how much time I have if I should reduce. So you know how much you are spending and what you can do on that. So we continue on that time audit during the next break, and that will be happening around 1:50. Yeah, around 1:50 or 1:55 if I went on a break. And we'll be talking about how to manage that time, how to block the leakages and what we can do. And there are so many things that we do that are very unnecessary, that waste our time. And time is life itself. Time is life, is the most important resources. So we are back to our deep work time. So let's see how much we achieve in this 50 minutes. Yeah, for me it's been good all through. So let's continue and see how much, and make every second of it count. So we've come to the end of the next break, and this break time I will take my break to go have a lunch. So I'll be back within 5 minutes. So it's a break. Yeah. Where is the pause button? Okay. Yeah, so I'm back from break. So we can start now. Tips on how to study. I think that's what the AI was saying. I should just give tips on how to study. Yeah, studying takes a lot of planning, so you must be very intentional about what you want to achieve, which is very important. The clarity is key when it comes to productivity, when it comes to you achieving results, when it comes to getting things right and meeting up with deadlines. Then you must have clarity first. That is very important. So yeah, let me check if there are other things that were requested. Oh yeah. Hmm. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? So yeah, please remember also while working that you should go on break. And for studying, the most important thing is always to know the balance between work and rest. It's very important. And for you to be able to renew and recharge your energy, I will always say this to first, it was to my friends, those that were in the same class and at the same level with me, then to my students. And today I'm saying it to everybody that's watching. If you're a student and you want to succeed in your studies, or maybe you're a lifelong learner, or you are struggling with making your results, I mean, making it to look good as you want it to be, then there are the basic things that you should do first. One of them is to learn how to study. And second is to rest when you ought to rest. So when it is time to rest, make your rest a priority. It's very important. Your sleep, your rest, take short breaks in between and rest at night. Make sure you have enough rest at night, enough sleep, because it is during that sleep time that your brain will process what you've been doing in the afternoon, in the day, what you've been reading. So learn to rest at night is very important. For those that like pulling all night, all those all-nighters, okay, I'm going to night class, and they will stay there all through. When I used to calculate that, I started it very early in life, calculating how many hours they spend studying. It is, I don't want to say it, but to me, they waste a lot of time doing that, because now they will come back from school maybe around 5, they're at home, they will be preparing, doing other things in the name of going to night class. Maybe they want to go to night class once it's 8 or 9, and then they won't do anything from 5 till 9 or 10. That is 5 hours. Then when they leave by 10 or maybe 9, they will go to study, and you know how difficult it is to keep awake during that time. And once it's disrupted, it will affect you tomorrow. So, but if you are a good planner, you come back early, you make your food, you eat, you rest. Maybe after 30 minutes of rest, you can go back to class. Sometimes I used to go around 5, around 6, I'm in the class, okay, reading. By the time it's 7, 8, I'm back. Do you know what that means? I've already done 2 to 3 hours. Sometimes I'll return by 9. When they are going to night class, I'm returning. That's a complete 3 to 4 hours done. Then after they have gone, I will relax. Maybe if I will do light things, maybe reading or whatever, then I'll sleep off. By morning, by 5, I'm up again, and that is just it, and it's okay. But if you go to that night class in the morning, you are very, very weak, and you've wasted the time waiting to go to night class and again. So you need to plan it. It's very important that you learn how to study. It's important that you learn how to rest, because without rest, you won't make it. In studying, you will rest. You need sleep, you need rest, you need good food for your brain, for your every part of your body. You need good food. You need the rainbow, you need the rainbow food. You need all colors of food to keep fit, to keep healthy, and you need enough rest. And don't shortchange your rest. Don't think that rest is unimportant, that is less important than reading. No, it's as important as reading. It's as important as your work, so you need to rest. Schedule your rest. When you are going to study, tell yourself, after every 30 minutes of study, after every 50 minutes of studying, after every 1 hour of studying, okay, I'm taking 10 minutes, I'm taking 5 minutes, and stick to it. observe it as if you are attending to an appointment with the doctor, and that is how it works. So you need to rest, you need to read, and read with the right strategies. The strategies, we'll talk about it during the next break. This is our sprint time again, it's 2 p.m. So during this sprint time, we minimize every distraction, and also you don't chat, you can put your chats in the chat box. I will look at it and answer any question that you put there. I'm there looking out to see if there is anybody that has any question about how to study, about how to stay productive, and how to stay very efficient with your time and your energy, how to manage your energy and focus. So I'll be waiting to see if there is any question there. I will check during break, but during the sprint time is our deep work time, so there won't be any distraction. We minimize every notification. It's only emergency calls that comes in. So that is just it. So thank you for being there, and if you're there, make every minute of it counts. We'll be speaking again once it's 2:50. So we've come to the end of this section, and this 250. So it's a mindful break time, so you can do things that helps you recharge. If you want to relax, you want to do your uh, meditation, you want to walk around, that's up to yourself. So you need to take your hands, your eyes off the work that you're doing and just concentrate on getting yourself together and enjoying the discussion if you are joining us for the discussion. So we've been talking about how to improve your productivity, and we've looked at the things that takes our time without us noticing it, because most times you see people waking up and yeah, it's night again and they have nothing to show for it. Most times it's because they did not have a plan for the day. It's because they didn't take note of all the activities they were doing, and they didn't have time allotted to the task they have to do. So it's very important that you look at your time, do the time audit, and look at what you spend your time doing most. And with this era of technology, and we have so much that we can watch, so much we can interact, we have so much help, we have so much support, so much assistance from technology. It's is We expected to be smarter, we expected to have more time to ourselves, we expected to rest more, we expected to be happier. But have you asked yourself, is it that way now? Did more technology really give us more help and give us more happiness? Did it give us more support and give us more time to socialize? Or is it the other way around, that as we are growing in technology, as we are growing with smart help from every corner, we are more stressful? Is that what it is becoming, or am I the only one seeing it? So if I want to know other people's mind and what they think about it, because now we have so much help, especially if you are doing a research, if you are reading, it's easier for you to find resources online and everywhere. You just need to type it just at the key, just tap in and enter it, and you'll see so much. Unlike those that did it 20 years ago, 40 years ago, they had to go to the library to seek out what they want. They had to go to the library, and maybe a day, 2 days, they are still looking out for the information they want. And for you, if you publish, you need to send it to the library. The library will have to do photocopies, they will have to send to libraries. It's a lot in there. So we have to ask ourselves, now that we have so much help, we have so much that can help us, are we really enjoying it? Is it giving us more time, or is it not giving us more time as we expect? Because these are the things we need to also look at. We need to be really sure if this is what uh, we are achieving, whether we are achieving more now. We are in an era where you can just type and get all the resources. You can just pop in things in the fridge and it's kept. You put things in the washing machine and it's washed. You don't need to use your hands and do it anymore. So it is quite easy now. But this easy life, has it offered us humans more time to rest? Has it offered us more, should I say, ease? Or are we more stressed? than we were before. So we need to look at that. And for me, I think there is a trap or something that we have not been able to figure out, because looking at people now, you see people are more stressed. You will see that people are more exhausted physically, mentally, emotionally, any way you can think about it. People are very exhausted. Is it because of the technology? Maybe it has something to do with it. So we need to look at those things and look at how we spend our days, how we spend our time from morning till night. So let's just start from now. Looking at your life now, today, since morning, have you really had a nice smile? Have you seen something that made you happy? Have you smiled? And if you have to replay your life from morning till night, or from yesterday till now, from a week ago, are you going to see yourself just struggling and surviving and living every day as if all days are the same? Monday to Wednesday, they are all just one day. You know, some people live that way. It's just a matter of sleeping and wake up and nothing changes. Is that how it has become? Or every day has a unique thing that you see in it, a unique thing that you enjoy in it? So look at it and ask yourself, is technology really helping me, or is there something, a rat hole that I've entered into that I don't know, that I'm now more stressed than I think I should be? You have your laptop, you have your phone, you can even order your groceries from online. I mean, a lot of ease. But are we really living very easily? Are we really living without stress, or are we more stressed than we were? So I was diagnosing the things that have been taking our time, things that have been slipping through our hands that we don't notice, like the time we spend scrolling endlessly, the time we spend seeking more information, because we have too much information now. Many doesn't we don't know when to stop, really. So you keep getting information from podcasts, from short videos, and so many information at our beck and call. And remember that your brain, like every other muscles, gets tired also, because you are bombarding it with so much information and giving it little or no time to process it, so you can see what is happening. That is why people are mentally exhausted, and now you have access to so much. You have access to everywhere in the world, just having your phone in your hand. That means you can interact with so many people, unlike when it used to be physical interaction. You just need to go and meet one person or maybe two people. Now you can interact with too many people, socially you can connect and keep connecting, and giving the notification and giving everything on the internet, it's endless. It's endless. So it's like people's brain and body keeps working without an end. So it's like, should I say, a loop. So every day you start, and for those of us that are always on the screen, and I don't know, you need to check yourself if you are now addicted to the screen, that you don't feel comfortable when you are not on the screen. If you haven't checked your phone, you don't feel comfortable, then you need to check it. There are things that are slipping through your hand, and it has effects that are negative to our mentality. So it's very important that you look at those things and see where your time is going, and see how you can manage it. So there are signs, or that you are digitally, should I say, overloaded, or you have screen addiction, because these are two different things, but they work together in a way. Some people, they can't do without their screen. If they won't even forget their phone, because it's like an extended hand to them. They always with their phone, and they wouldn't sleep. The phone is keeping them awake. They are struggling to stay awake so they can be watching that screen. If you're in that category, then you need to watch it. You need to detox. You need to help yourself, because it has some impact, like you having difficulty to concentrate now, or finishing a job. When it comes to concentrating, you struggle, then you need to check it. And again, is feeling mentally scattered or easily distracted. Any little thing pop this way, you check, pop that way, you check, and it wasn't like that before in your life. Then you need to check it again. Forgetfulness and memory lapse. We have a lot of people forgetting things, even children. Now you can check it in your life. If you haven't noticed, if you are more forgetful than you used to be, then maybe the digital technology you are holding has become a mental crutch. So you need to watch it. You need to really curb it and help yourself, help your mind, help yourself with that. So you need to also check if you're having brain fog. Brain fog, sometimes you are trying to remember something, you don't even know where to start or what you are thinking. So you need to think it. Reduce creativity used to be somebody that's very creative, maybe singing, maybe writing and all those, but now everything you do is to check what others are doing on the social media. You have less time to be creative. Yeah, you need to check it. And also when it takes time for your mind to switch off, you already, after you finish with the scrolling, it's still rotating in your mind, you are not resting before you go back again. Then you will see that people are becoming very irritable. If you're part of those, maybe you used to be very calm and now you are restless, you're irritable, you need to check how much time you spend on the screen, and you need to look at your anxiety level. So if you're always as anxious to look at your phone to check, oh, how many likes do I have, or how many chats do I have, and all those stuff that you can't even rest. Once you wake up, you go straight to it. Then you need to check how much time you are spending on the screen and how addicted you become to it. Now, if you feel overwhelmed and you feel mood swing and reduced patience and tolerance, sometimes that is what comes with being digitally overloaded. It comes with that sometimes, so you need to also check it. And there are some things, people now constantly, even though they are walking on the streets, they should be careful not to be hit by the car, but they are watching their phones, constantly multitasking. Any little thing, they go back and check their phone, they scroll even late in the night. It is difficult for them to unplug, and compulsively they refresh page to find out new things. The fear of missing out, the feeling lost. If you have nothing, if you don't have your phone, you feel lost and you are like, where do I get my phone? I need to check this. There's something is there that you need to check. So yeah, you need to check on yourself to see if you have been addicted to that digital, to the screen, or you have digital overloaded. So it's important that you look at those things. So we've come to the end of this break time. Is our sprint time again, when we do our deep work. And during this deep work hour, we concentrate on the work that brought us to this place. And after that, we rest. You need to tell your brain that yes, you get 10 minutes break after 15 minutes, and you see your break will not check out on you. It's going to work very hard to get that break. So that is how human minds work. So we are using the Pomodoro 50-10. And remember, we are here every Wednesday and Thursdays, 10 to 4. 10 in the morning to 4 in the afternoon. So we are here to study, we are here to work, and I wish you a very productive 50 minutes from now. Yeah, so we've ended it today, and we've come to the end of today's um, 6 hours journey. So it has been a very good day and well spent at that. So we do this every Wednesday and Thursday if you are here. So I would like you to also remember to rest within the week, within the day. When you are working, make sure that you schedule your rest. If you are asked, when do you think is the best time to rest? When do you think you should take your break? The answer should be when you are not yet exhausted. It's very important that you remember that once you're exhausted, what happens is that you enter into recovery mode, and during the recovery, that is not the best time for you to be active. So, and that is what happens when you work yourself to exhaustion. Is not the best for you. So it's important that you learn to schedule your rest before you even start the work. As you're living in the morning, every day is just good that you schedule your rest and take it serious. Keep it as an appointment. Keep it as if you are going to see your doctor. So you can take your rest and let everybody walking around you know that yes, that you value your break time. If you are not used to taking break, this is the time for you to start, because it's important to your productivity, is important to your clarity, is important to yourself. Is people that are wise that takes break, many would think is unwise to take break. Oh, it's because they finish what they are doing, that is why they are on break. It is because they don't have anything to do, that is why they are rested. No, it takes a wise man to know when to rest. It takes a wise man to know when to take a break, because most times people will keep working and say, okay, let me finish this and that. Before you know it, you reduce your speed of activity, will reduce your ability to take decision, will also be affected, because you can't take a decision very fast when you are tired. And before you know it, you start making mistakes that you will not normally make. Mistakes that when they present it to you later, you say, oh, how did this happen? Is because you did not take rest. Is because you did not rest. So don't stretch yourself too much. Don't make it that you are now struggling to finish, when they say, okay, you can just, oh, who's going to do this if you leave? Or you take your rest as part of your work time. Some of us will go home with the files. Sometimes you go home having those works, that the work that you didn't finish, you want to get finish it at home during your rest time. That is not the right way to rest. It's important that you rest the right way. So when you are resting, you should take care of yourself. It's for you to renew your energy. It's for you to renew your mind. It's for you to have time to process the information that you've been gathering since the time you were working. But because if you keep reading, if you keep learning, if you keep working, you don't give your brain the time to process information, that is still going to affect you. It's going to affect how much you retain. It's going to affect how you can retrieve information, and it's going to affect your mental ability to take decisions. So rest is very important. Rest is as important as your work time. Bear that in mind any day, that your work is not more important than your rest, that your work is not more important than your joy. So you schedule your joy, you schedule your rest before you leave in the morning. If you're going to be working for 3 hours, make sure you take at least 30 minutes of rest in between. If you're going to be working for like 6 hours, schedule that you can rest for like 1 hour. in between is very important. If at least, let's just say at least 30 minutes of break within those time, just take it, even if it is just short break. You wouldn't know how much that can do for your health. That can, it's just like when you are stretching an elastic. You keep stretching. When you stretch it and you leave it, it will go back. But if you stretch it for a very long time, it's going to lose the elasticity. And that's what happens with us when we keep stretching and stretching and working endlessly because we want to finish this. Oh, let me just a little more. Before you know it, you are out of shape in your mind, you're out of shape in so many things. So it's important that you take short breaks between work. If you're getting a new job and you're not sure when to take your rest, you can ask when is the break time, and you let them know that yes, that you value your break, and let everybody that wants you to come and finish up that little one know that yes, that you value your break, because you understand that your break is part of you being productive. You understand that it's a wise man that takes break, because once you have this break, during the break time, you have the time to process information, to gain clarity, to renew your focus and your energy. Is very important. I can't stress it enough, especially for students. If you're a student and you are studying, please take your rest serious. Don't always waste your time on mindless scrolling and mindless arguments. Some people, they will go to the social media and they are arguing for things that doesn't in any way help them. So if you don't have that time, please don't waste it. Don't waste it. Just use it to rest. You can put your phone off. No, okay, put a time zone that this is the time you take your hands and your eyes off the screen, especially towards the night, so you can rest. And let there be a time zone, let there be a space where there is no phone for you, so you have enough rest. Rest is very important to every student, to everybody that is learning, everybody that value their memory. If you value your thinking, rest is very important. And also, mental exercise is very important. Gentle exercises. Don't make technology your mental crutches. Don't make technology something that you cannot do without. Because now you see many people, you say 2 plus 2, the first thing that comes to mind is not for them to bring it out from where they know it. It's for them to go and look for their phone. You just say 20 plus 25 plus 30 plus. Before you know it, they are looking for their phones, they are looking for their calculators to calculate it. So you can see that at that point in time, technology and smart technology has become a mental crutch to them. So they are now too dependent on it, and now they are no longer exercising their brain. When you are no longer exercising your brain, just like any other muscles of the body, it will get weak, it will start deteriorating. So that is not what you want. I want you to always first consult with yourself to know if you know that which you are still going to search. You want to go and search for something in Google or wherever you want to search it. First, search within yourself and ask yourself to see if you can retrieve it from yourself if you know it. If you don't know it, that is the time you go and look for it. But that should be your first point of call as a human being, for you to give that gentle exercise to your brain. Is very important. So don't neglect yourself. Don't sell your confidence. Many people wouldn't know how much or how deep they have gone into these mental crutches till they are asked. Maybe come and present something, or you have to say something offhand, maybe for like 10 minutes. You see that yes, something is a mess at this point in time. But I want to remind you, because the technology is not going to remind you. I'm reminding you to depend on yourself to make these tools the tool they are, and not mental crutches, and not a replacement for your thinking, and not a replacement for your reflection, not a replacement for your deep focus. And remember that your focus is the currency of this age. So guide your focus with all diligence, and make sure that you focus on the right things. Don't focus on on things that doesn't matter, things that won't help you. So focus on things that matters, things that will help you, things that add value to yourself. And as much as possible, let me leave that with you. Try to time block instead of multitasking. Many people will say, oh, I'm good at multitasking. Multitasking will always yield a mediocre outcome, and it wastes a lot of time, because it takes time for you to switch from one job to the other without any plan. So if you time block, that means just like a time that you say, okay, between this time and this time I'm doing this, between this time and this time I'll be doing that. So when you do that time blocking, it makes you to be more efficient than just multitasking. Multitasking is like doing too many things, too many tab open and too many things you are doing at the same time. Just let me give you a scenario. If you are driving, you have three cars to drive, and you know that is multitasking, and you need to move all of them at the same time. It will be easier for you to start thinking, okay, let me move this from A to the middle of this, then I'll come and pick this up and go there. You know, once you stop, you were at the speed of 60 kilometers per hour, and you come walk back, the same walking back to pick this one and move forward. You are not going to start at 60 kilometers per hour. You are going to start slowly, and then you need to start the other one slowly also. So that is what happens when you do multitasking. Instead of multitasking, learn to do time blocking and time block like a pro, as if it is an appointment. So once you put them, observe them and go by it, you to reduce how much time you lose in between tasks. So it's very important for students. Remember, it is not all about reading and reading and reading. It's about you training your recall abilities, about you training your ability to retain information. It is all about you learning how to store more information and retrieve it effectively. And these all, they have their strategies. So you need to learn to do your spaced repetition. You need to learn to do your active recall. You need to learn to do your abbreviations, to use your mismatch. These are tools that you can use to help yourself, especially if you are struggling to retain information, if you are struggling to remember things. And for lifelong learners, I would advise you to do things each day. Try to do things that will help you think, things that will make you try to recall things. See, if you come back from, if maybe after returning from work, try to remember the things that you did. Try to recall, try to bring things out. These are gentle exercises that will keep you active even in old age. You know, we don't need to mention it. We know what is happening with people's memory these days, and it will get really bad because of these mental crutches that we have, the AI, the Google, the Alexas. You know, people doesn't even want to think anymore. They just need to ask. And because of these easy answers, we are not even getting less stress. We are more stressed because of that. So help yourself, and it's very important that you take care of yourself. Remember to take break. Remember to listen to your body. Remember to schedule your joy. That is your hobby. Remember that hobby is very important. Remember that your work is important, your rest is important, and your hobby also is important. And live the way you want to be seen. Live the way you plan to be. Let it be that if your life is put in a television and say, come and watch it, that you won't be in a survival mode for like 1 week. You are trying to survive. Let it be that you are living. It's very important. So I will end it here for today. I don't know who is asking for co-hosting at this point in time. Let me just be and see. Hello, is someone there? Hello, hello. How are you? Yeah. Oh, is that for a match? I haven't done that before. Okay, let's do, but I don't know. Maybe I don't really know. How are you? Are you all right? Okay. So I'm just closing my 6 hours now. So we'll just do once and I'll close. I'm in UK. I'm in the UK. So where are you from? I can't hear you. Can you speak up a little? Yeah, for those of you that joined me through the study workspace, and remember that we are here also every Wednesday and Thursday, so it will always be 6 hours. If there is anything that made it not to happen, I will let you know. So remember to join me once it's 10 a.m. and it ends 4 p.m. like now, and we just conclude it as it goes. So I'll be seeing you on that will be on Wednesday next week. But during the Christmas, I'm still thinking whether it will. No, I'm not going to be holding around that time. So I'll put up the poster. Oh dear, the people that came to do the match, they've disappeared. It's okay. That's fine too. That's fine. So I'll be ending it now. I will be seeing you, everybody that supported. Thank you so much for your support, for those that were here, for your comments, and for everything that you did. Thank you so much, and see you on Wednesday.